Alone and unchanging.
I stand before you, alone and unchanging. Hello, beautiful people. How y'all doing today? What's up? What's up? Chat, how are you guys doing? Okay, so, chat. Let me just spend 40 resin real quick. So I'm not capped anymore because I actually need to get this for gumming. Okay. Now unfortunately it is 5 a.m. so I can't yell. I'm just gonna whisper it really loud. 3! Yeah, okay, it still works. We're chilling. Alright. So, chat. It's time. Whoa. Okay, we can take a look at that later as well. CHIORI base stats and ascension. CHIORI passive and weekly. CHIORI full kit. Alright. Okay. CHIORI burst. A cloth appears on screen, then CHIORI slashes it with a single cut. Okay. The weapon. What does the weapon give? It's low base attack, high crit damage. When on field, damage dealt by normal and charge attacks is increased. When off field, elemental skill damage is increased. If team members deal geo damage while on field, aforementions are further increased by 100%. And gain 20% defense. Okay.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water.
So is that a new Albedo Weston slot? Is it better than Spindle?
Has an enduring aftertaste.
It might be, right?
In Azuma, the water possesses a
Probably not even by that much, though. I'm gonna be honest. Feathered Sleeve Touch. CHIORI swiftly lunges forward in a dance-like motion with flowing silk and satin, and upon completion of the lunge, summons an autonomous puppet sleeve by her side, delivering an upward slash attack. This deals AoE geo damage to nearby enemies based on CHIORI's attack power and defense. Holding the skill initiates a different action. Hold. Enters aiming mode to adjust the direction of the lunge. Autonomous Puppet Sleeve. Periodically launches slicing attacks at nearby enemies, dealing AoE geo damage based on CHIORI's attack power and defense. If a geo construct is nearby, an additional Autonomous Puppet Sleeve is summoned at the location of the geo construct. Only one additional construct can be summoned this way, and its duration is calculated independently. Exquisite paintings dye the cherry blossoms. The residue fragrance to of the flowers linger on the sleeves, intoxicating the warblers time and again. Sorry. Puppet Multiplier. 148 attack, 185 defense. Puppet duration, 17 seconds, once every 3.6 seconds. Damage upon skill release. 269 attack plus 336 defense. I assume that's on level 10. Okay. Elemental Burst. Unsheathing dual blades, a sharp and decisive cut is delivered with the poise of a skilled tailor, inflicting AoE geo damage based on her attack and defense. Mental Burst deals damage calculated as 651 attack plus 814 defense. So it's just damage. Talent 1, Tailor Made. After the upward slash attack from the, I believe that's the skill. Yeah. From the skill, different follow-up actions yield different effects. Pressing the elemental skill again triggers the following effect, Weaving Brocade. Pressing the normal attack triggers the follow-up effect, Trimming Brocade. Weaving Brocade switches characters, allowing the next character of the team to take the stage. Oh. Interesting. Applies on-the-spot ingenuity to all the team's characters. When the current character on the field hits with normal attacks, charge attacks, or plunging attacks, the puppet deals a coordinated attack. Does that... Is there a limit to how often you can... You can trigger this? Probably, but I don't think they're including it, right? Oh no, it does. Okay, they are. On the spot, ingenuity lasts for 8 seconds, triggering a maximum of 1 coordinated attack every 2 seconds. During 1 period, a maximum of 2 coordinated attacks can be triggered. Wait, so only 2? A maximum of 2 coordinate... Yeah, okay. I wonder if you have 2 dolls, if you can do 4, or if it's just 1 of each and that's it. I feel like it's probably 2 per puppet, yeah. Trimming Brocade. CHIORI gains a Geo enchantment, lasting for 5 seconds. If CHIORI doesn't press the elemental skill or normal attacking in with a short period after the upward slash, the following effect, Trimming Brocade, will be triggered. Okay. Talent 2, Icing on the Brocade. When characters in the team nearby create a Geo construct, she receives a 20% Geo elemental damage. Yeah, let's see what they meant by the fucking constellation stuff. First constellation, attack range of puppet is increased by 50% if there are Geo characters other than CHIORI. When you use your E, you'll summon an additional puppet. Then you activate, yeah, okay, whatever. And C2, within 2 seconds after triggering subsequent effects of the intrinsic talent. When the current character in the team on the field hits an enemy with a normal attack, charge attack, or plunge attack, simplified autonomous puppet Silk will be summoned. The puppet Silk will attack nearby enemies, dealing AoE Geo damage equal to 170% of the autonomous puppet sleeve's slash damage. The damage dealt in this way is considered skill damage. It will retreat after performing 1 attack. Okay. Oh, but you can trigger it 3 times. I see. I was like, that seems kind of bad, but yeah, okay, I see. C4 within 10 seconds after casting. I assume that's burst. I think that's burst. You summon a Silk puppet, which is a C2 puppet, every 3 seconds for 10 seconds. C6 after triggering the trimming. This is just like the constellations just add puppets. She becomes a better puppeteer. Yeah, it's a lot of yapping. After triggering the Trimming Brocade, which I believe is the normal attack one, right? Yeah. After triggering the normal attack Brocade, her Feathered Sleeve Touch, which I believe is the skill, cooldown is reduced by 14.5 seconds. And she gains 1,000 purple clear waters lasting for 5 seconds. Yeah, whatever. I don't care, man. What's the? Do we know what's the base cooldown on it? So Q is 15-second cooldown, but what about skill? Do we know? I don't think we do, right? 16? Where is that? Where did you see that? It says below. It said in other post, I see. Okay. So, I really wonder if she snapshots. She doesn't, then Goro doesn't do anything for her? Are you Cornge? What? Oh yeah, I guess his E is only active character. Never mind, you're right. I forgot. So you'd lose out on this, but you'd still have this and the C6 if you have it. I think I'm gonna go at it assuming she snapshots because I feel like she should based on the kit. Might be a lot better with Bennett if she does though. That's interesting. So, I have the base stats somewhere. Base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, base defense, defense percent, flat defense, oops, total defense. Okay. Okay. For now, let's take a look at Golden Troop, because I assume that's going to be our best set. Husk might be competitive. I don't know, man. I'm also going to assume Spindle for now, I think. Okay, let's look at Spindle, Golden Troop. Let's look at Harbinger, Golden Troop. Now, obviously Harbinger means that you can't really play with Farina. But in Ito teams, you wouldn't play with Farina anyways. What other weapons can we look at? Wolf Fang? Yeah. I'll look at signature later. Okay. Okay. How much is Spindle again? Spindle is 454, right? Yeah. Festering? Yeah, I guess I can look at Festering as well. That's a good idea. But I don't know if Festering's gonna be very good because I don't know that her ult is good enough to give a shit about it. It might be an Albedo situation where you just don't ult. The ult does have defense scaling, but I don't know. I guess it depends on her energy generation. And for now, we look at this. Pipe. I don't, dude. I already have 4. Okay, let's fucking take a second. Okay, maybe we'll add weapons once we've looked at these, but no sooner. Okay. What sort of team do you want to? I think we want to start with Ito, Goro, and what? Zhongli? Yeah, I guess we can do Zhongli. So, in that team, you'd have basically no attack percent. Okay, defense percent. So Spindle would have more. So let's start with Harbinger. You'd have 58.3. There's basically no synergy with Navia. Kinda, yeah. Maybe you do triple Geo Navia, but I don't know. From what I read, CHIORI at C2 could be used in non-Geo teams, or not really. I mean, she can be used at in non-Geo teams at C0 as well, right? But when you're playing her in non-Geo teams, no matter what her constellation is, you will lose 1 puppet. Right, C1 gets you +1 puppet. And C2 gets you also +1 puppet. And the difference between 3 and 4 isn't as big as the difference between 1 and 2. C1 removes the need for Geo Construct, does it? Oh. No, that's not... Okay, an additional puppet is summoned. Only one can be, or summoned in this way can exist at the same time as one through a Geo Construct. So you can have a C1 puppet at the same time as a Geo Construct puppet, but only one at a time. No? Kind of reads like either C1 or Geo Construct? No, like it specifically reads exactly the opposite of that. It reads you can get one at the same time as one from the Geo Construct. So it very clearly says 1 and Geo Construct, not C1 or Geo Construct. But it's, yeah, like it's translation. So for now, I mean, I don't really give a shit about Constellation anyways. So yeah, I mean, we'll get better leaks soon anyways, so that's fine. We'll take a look at constellations later. Okay. So, defense percent. Okay. So you have 58.3, about like what, 30% from substats? And is that it? That's kind of it, right? Yeah. Hmm. And then Spindle also gets 69%. Yeah, but we're running Goro actually, so that's another 25%. And flat defense, we're running Goro. I think we'll look at C6 Goro for now. So 412. And then let's say 100 from substats or some shit. It'd be funny if Saxord works. That's true. I think there's a very... There's a very real chance that in teams that do not run a geoconstruct, Sack Sword lets you get two constructs. It depends on how it's coded, but there is a very real chance that is the case. And that you could play her in Navia teams if you have Sack Sword. I think that is very possible. That would be very funny. Thank you for the copium. Yeah, I got you. Alright. Damage percent. I guess I need damage percent E, damage percent Q. So, damage percent E. So, 46.6% plus... What else we got? We got... Goro. Which is 15. We got Golden Troop, which is 70. We got... Is that it? That might be it. Is that it? I feel like that's it. Oh yeah, there's a passive as well. 20. Okay. I have no idea what you're saying. Ari, I'm sorry. That's... yeah. Okay, so 16%. Then Festering. Giant LaBeouf. 32. Sorry. Man, it's so bad. Why is it so bad? It's fine. Aware. Yeah. Alright. It is what it is. Alright. Okay. This is just the same. And this plus 16%. And then this. Yeah. True. Crit value E, crit multiplier E, crit value Q, crit multiplier Q. Okay, so with this we get 98.4 plus 62.2 plus 20 times 6.6. I think that's it. Should be it. Now, Heart of Death, or Heart of Death, Harbinger also gets you 46.9 and 56. Oops. Wolves gets you whatever, 8%. Let's just assume full uptime for now. Well, 16%. And then Festering gets you 24%. We got Spindle Deaf to damage percent buff on skill. It's not damage percent, it's motion value. So it gets factored in a different place. Okay. Crit value Q. For this it's just gonna be the same. This is just gonna be the same. For this it's gonna be different. Only gonna be actually gonna be 0. And then for this, it's also gonna be, yeah. Okay. Okay. Wolf has crit rate, you're right. I forgot about the substat on Wolf, thank you. Plus 27.6 times 2. Plus 27.6 times 2. Thank you very much. Okay. And then effective attack E. Effective defense E. Effective attack Q. Effective defense Q. Effective attack E is going to be total attack multiplied by 1 plus damage percent E multiplied by crit multiplier E. Then this is going to be total defense. And this is going to be Q instead. And this is going to be crit multiplier Q. And then this is going to be defense. Okay. makes sense, yeah. Motion value. Attack E, motion value defense E, motion value attack Q, motion value defense Q. And now we run into our first problem. We don't know if the puppets will hit exactly at the same time or not. So we don't know if you can get 2 procs of this or 1. I'm going to assume that they don't hit at the exact same time, but it's very possible that that's not the case. Okay, once every 3.6 seconds. How many hits is that? That's like 1 at 3.6, 1 at 7.2, 1 at 10.8, 1 at 14.4. And then, yeah, that's it. That's 4 hits. Unless it starts hits at 0, in which case it's 5 hits. It's either 4 or 5. 5 from 1 puppet of 20-second rotation. It lasts for 17 seconds, so that's not necessarily the case. Yeah, like, it depends on whether or not it hits when it appears. If it doesn't, it could be 4. Otherwise, it could be 5. It's 4 or 5. For now, let's look at 5, but it's very possible that it's 4. So 5 hits from this, and then hopefully 4 hits from this, right? Like, it might not actually be 4, it might only be 2. Now, there's so much uncertainty still. 5 even if the puppet starts 1 second after E-cast, sure, but it could start 3.6 seconds after E-cast. Because it attacks every 3.6 seconds. Isn't it 10 because 2 puppets? Yeah, it'll be 10, yes. Yeah, so it'll be effectively upwards of 14 and at a minimum 10. All right, it'll be 10 and 14. Between 10 and 14. I will assume 14 for now, just know that it could actually just be straight up a lot worse. It says a maximum of 2. I don't think it's 2 per puppet, otherwise it would specify that. It says 2 coordinated attacks. It could be counted as 1 coordinated attack if both of the puppets are coordinated attacking at the same time. That's just 1 coordinated attack, you know? So I get what you're saying. I don't think it applies. I don't think you can realistically 100% conclude either way with this. We can look at 12. I don't really mind. It's like the average case scenario, right? Like, I don't mind. Yeah. So yeah, let's assume 12 for now. Okay, so yeah, let's do 12 for now. So that's 651. No. 148 times 12. And 185 times 12 plus 80 times 12. No. Yes? No. Yes? No. Yes? No. You probably don't get... I mean, okay, because here's the thing, right? If the puppets hit at the same time, then they will both have this effect, right? Because the effect is cleared 0.1 seconds after the skill deals damage, which means that if you're hitting two targets at the same time, it'll work. But if they don't hit at the same time, then it's not going to be in the 0.1 second window, and then they could be within 1.5 seconds, and yeah, it's... Ugh. I think, for now, I'll assume all 12, but, like, we need footage to be sure, you know? Coordinated attack motion value is the skill cast motion value, not the puppet hit motion value. Why would it be that? If that were the case, when would this multiplier do anything? This is the damage you deal when you release the skill, and then this is the damage that the puppets deal when they attack. Oh wait, do you mean the... I'm stupid. You're right. You mean this one. The 2 that you get per... I'm a dumbass. Thank you. You're right. So it's times 10 plus 269% times 3. This is times 10. This is 13. And this is 336% times 3. And then you just remove this. Okay. Then motion value attack Q. 651. Motion value defense Q. 814. And then damage. Okay. That's pretty good. But like, we've assumed a lot of best case scenario stuff. Wait, my bad. Okay. And then let's take a look at what happens if you only have one puppet. So if you look at, instead of Itogor or Zhongli, you look at Navia, Bennett, Farina, for example. Right? So lose this 25%. Lose the damage percent from Goro. Lose the flat defense from Goro. Gain the flat attack from Bennett. Gain the damage percent from Farina. And lose the hits you get. Additional hits you get. So that would be 5. This would be 2. This would be 5. This would be 7. This would be 2. So, she is quite a bit worse in teams where you don't get a second Geo Construct. Oh yeah, you also lose the 20%, you're right. You guys are right. Thank you, chat. Yeah, her damage is like about, you lose about 40% of your damage. The thing is, I don't know that that's actually behind Albedo. So it might still be a decent option. You could also run triple Geo, lose 20% attack on Navia, lose like your Farina or your Bennett buff. Probably would have to be lose the Farina buff. Because otherwise you don't have a healer for Farina. And run with Bennett. And it would probably be pretty good as well. Yeah, we can take a look at same thing with Husk. So you'd lose a 70% from this. Yeah, because you're getting a lot less skill damage, it might be better for this team. Husk. So, 54% defense. And 24%. It's basically the same. It's a little bit better for, yeah. It's about a 3% increase on weapons other than Spindle, about a 1% increase on Spindle. It's one substat's worth of difference. How did J-Stern calc 480k? He calc 480k in Navia teams? That sounds... Maybe he was doing triple Geo Navia? I don't know. Maybe he was taking much more Ito team? Oh, okay, yeah. I got 522k, right? I probably just assumed one more coordinated attack. So it's very similar. Yeah, I can look at Husk for this, sure. Okay. And then... Oops. Yeah. So, in Albedo teams, if you don't have Spindle, it's about as good. If you do have Spindle, it's worse. Which makes sense, yeah. Yeah. What about Noel teams with Farina? You don't have two constructs, do you? I don't think any of Goro's stuff counts as a construct. You could do it like with Zhongli instead, but I don't know if that's great. Mizu counts for Misplitter? Sure. So, with Misplitter, you're actually not getting the last stack, because if you do the Geo-enhanced auto attacks, it means you're not getting the other buff, right? So I don't think that's worth doing. Casting bursts and energies less than 100% are doable though, so that's 28%. Oops. Plus 28%. And then crit value plus 44.1 plus 44.1. Oops. It's worse than Spindle. Competitive with Wolves, but that's lower fine Wolves. She can't get all 4 stacks, and she doesn't scale that well with attack. So it makes sense that Misplitter is like, eh. What about her signature? It's 16% increase over Spindle ish. Think you assume too much on Spindle? I might. Again, right? We cannot know how well Spindle is gonna line up before we actually see footage. But as far as I'm aware, when you get a double hit that hits at the same time on Spindle, you will get the effect on both hits. Which means that if the puppets are hitting actually at the same time, which is very possible, you will get your procs of Spindle. Right, like that's why it says this effect will be cleared after 0.1 seconds. So if you're hitting within 0.1 seconds, from my understanding, it should buff both hits. But again, we need footage. We'll need to test it for sure. Once we get normal attack string footage, would on-field Chiori cows be worth doing? Probably not. I mean, the thing is, you don't gain shit from her being on-field, right? Like, what do you gain from her being on-field? Like, what's the upside? Like, your only upside is going to be your actual normal attacks. But because she's a split scaler, if you actually build for her normal attack damage with a bunch of attack, it doesn't actually give her that much damage outside of her normal attacks. I struggle to figure out a situation where that is worth doing. Like, when you have the C6, sure, because it actually buffs your attacks. I doubt it will be very good.
I see. The value in my...
If it's basically for C6 and it's lazy design, I guess. She's meant to be DPS? No, not really. Well, again, I've talked many times before about how the label of a DPS just doesn't really fit Genshin's combat system. She is indeed a damage dealer, but she is not a good on-fielder. Alright. We gotta whisper very loudly again. 3! Okay. Oh, so how many in a row is that? That's 6 threes in a row. How do you calculate damage when two variables are made into play? Yeah, you just add them together. The real cap. When a character has scalings from two different things, you just add them together. That doesn't work for stuff that like stacks multiplicatively, but yeah, like for like this, like Alhaitham. Although Alhaitham does gain like other stuff from EM, so you have to factor in the EM even in your attack calc, but like, yeah. Anyways, just at a baseline, how much damage do you lose from attack sense over defense sense? Let's take a look. A lot. Okay, yeah. Don't fucking run attack sense. What? 8, yeah, that is, okay. Cool. Is it possible that Defense Goblet will be good in these teams because you're getting a decent amount of damage %? Probably not, but I want to take a look. Actually, I'll just do. Ah, no, I fuck. Ooh. Okay, no, it's a pretty big difference as well. It's not as big of a difference for some of the weapons, but yeah, no, definitely don't want to do that. Okay, cool. Let's see how I mean, I don't think I'm gonna get her. It's a really lazy kit. I don't. Why? Why is it lazy? What makes it lazy? What is lazy about it? Let's look at Navia, Bennett, Zhongli. So you would lose the damage percent from Farina. Yeah, I guess you'd struggle with charge generation, actually. What could you play as a last slot, then? Not playing Bennett seems like such a grief. Yeah, I guess you could do Yelan. Ugh. Yeah, okay, let's look at that, but it'll work, right? Like, yeah, Farina without a healer? Sounds like a great idea. Okay, so we're also losing Bennett buff. Okay, so right now this has... What the fuck does this have? This has a problem. That's what it has. Something's wrong. Oh, am I dumb? I am dumb. Okay. It's not wrong. Okay. So I fucked that up then. Oops. I copied it to the wrong sheet. Oops. Yeah, so her damage, if you were to play her, yeah, that's just not that good, right? Like, if you're losing Bennett Farina, I guess, wait. If I, actually, wait. Because here you don't have Zhongli, so this is 0.05, actually. And then here you do have Zhongli, yeah. So, like, if you're using Zhongli, Yelan, instead of Bennett Farina, her damage goes up by, like, 20%. But you lose Farina damage. I guess Farina and Yelan damage are, like, kind of eh. But you'll lose a lot of damage on Navi. I don't think it's worth it. Yeah. Not a fan. I hope they remove the console restriction, forcing Navia users to pull for C1 is so scummy. Again, right? That's not really the case. Like, if you look at this damage, right? Let's just very quickly. Oh, yeah, also... Yeah. That's true. Let's do 50% uptime on this. It's not actually what's gonna happen, but whatever. Oops. This is a bit low. It's lower than it should be. Why is it lower than it should be? I guess it's because he doesn't want Golden Troop in this team. Oh, it's because I forgot Spindle passive, right? Okay, that makes more sense. But yeah, right. So like, this is Albedo. This is her. This is her in without a construct in that team. To be fair, right? Like if we're being completely fair, here you're snapshotting her thing with Bennett buff, and you're using her ult inside Bennett buff, which makes you lose Bennett uptime on Navia, right? And that's not something that you want to do in Albedo. So it's like kind of not entirely a fair comparison. If we add Albedo burst, 624% plus 122.4 times 3, and you will include the fact that you don't cast as E during Bennett uptime, then they become relatively similar in overall team DPS, right? But she's still slightly higher. So like, I don't know if you can really say that you need to pull her C1 to play her in Navia teams. Like, you can pull for her C1. It will make her deal more damage in every team, including Navia teams. You know? And yeah, Chiori doesn't break. Like, you can say it feels bad to, you know, not get access to her full kit, but like, yeah, you're playing a Mono Geo team and a Navia team. You're not gonna get the full kit by design. That's fine to me. She's not meant for Navia teams. You can play her in Navia teams if you want, but that's not what she's designed for. Like, in Ito teams, she's quite a bit better. Right? If we take a look at Albedo and Ito teams. I guess I didn't include the Goro C6 earlier, but whatever. Just not gonna include it here either. Right, it's like, yeah, she does a decent amount more damage. Hmm. Give me a second, chat. Okay, we've looked at like the best case. Let's look at the worst case scenario now, which is Spindle procs don't work the way I hope they do, and she doesn't snapshot. Um, Okay, this is unnecessary, question mark? Yeah. Okay. So damage, best case. Yeah. Then, so if spindle procs don't work very well, it won't actually matter for this one very much. Probably lose one here, or lose one. And then yeah, if she doesn't snapshot, then her you just lose all this. Okay. But yeah, so it doesn't make that huge of a difference in this team if she doesn't snapshot. It is a difference, like it's like a fucking 20% diff. But it's not like the complete end of the world. She's still pretty good. Because like even in this case, she's effectively Albedo without the cringe, right? She's Albedo without the ability for the construct to break. Which is fine, right? Like that's not insane, but it is fine. It is also worth mentioning that Navia teams can get away with slightly shorter rotations, right? If you're doing Navia... Alright, if you're doing Navia, Farina, Bennett, and you're willing to, like, stagger the recast of your E on Farina, then your longest cooldown becomes Navia Burst and double E. Well, Navia double E, really. Which means that you can do 18-second rotations, which should work with CHIORI. And you could actually slightly increase her damage thanks to that. Or her DPS, rather. The damage would be the same, but the DPS would be better. In the Ito team... let's look at the worst case. So the worst case is... yeah, it makes a bigger difference for Spindle specifically in the Ito team. Because it would mean that this, instead of being 13, would be something like 7. And then... you would also not snapshot this flat defense buff. Or the 15%. I'll just add minus 15. Or the 15% from Goro. What is HOD? It's Harbinger of Dawn. This is a 3-star weapon. It doesn't actually apply to this one because with Farina you're not getting uptime on it, but it can very well apply to this team because you don't really take any damage if you're using Zhongli. Anyways, alright, damage, best case, damage, worst case. Alright, so in the worst case scenario, Spindle is slightly worse than Harbinger. And the other... Yeah, festering just ain't it. Okay, I mean... Another thing that is, like, fair to assume is that in the... I mean, you get a lot of geoparticles in this team. I feel like you do use the burst. Like, you don't really want to build ER to get it. It's... The burst is, like, it's fine to have. It's not that big of a deal. Like, she is a skill damage unit. You don't really want to build ER for the burst. But you want to use your burst if you have it. Like, it's worth the animation time, but it's not worth losing stats for your E damage. Right? But the thing is, even in this case, like, this is still good, right? Yeah, like, it's still a pretty significant increase over Albedo in Ito teams. The main downside is you kind of have to run Zhongli. Right? Because if you're running Ito Goro, right? And Chiori, you need a Geoconstruct and a shield. So you can't run Albedo, because then you don't get a shield and you don't get Geo Resonance, which is a really big deal. Oh wait, no, Ushi is a construct, you're right. But you don't want to use Ushi outside of Ito Burst. Like, that's the thing, right? You'd have to use an unbuffed Ushi. Right? Or can it spawn once you summon the construct? But that's fair. It might just straight up be worth. Please turn someone calc that Albedo is better than Zhongli even if you lose Geo Resonance. I mean, you're also losing your only form of defensive utility, so like, even if that were to calc slightly higher, it is definitely not a better team. But that's possible that it calced higher. I guess you have the C4 Goro. Oh, but like, oh, C4 Goro is so bad. It's so bad. That's fine. Okay, it works if you summon the Geo Constructs later, actually. So it might you probably don't actually need to do Ushi off like outside of the buff duration. Another like potential issue is like, if you actually rely on Goro healing, you can't have him on exile. You need him on Husk, because otherwise he's just not healing anything. Like, if you're not getting a shield and your only form of defensive utility is Goro, he cannot be on a 4-star set. Your healing just won't keep up. Yeah, I guess Exile isn't as useful if you're running multiple geo units that can generate particles, though, so that's like not the end of the world. I don't know. I don't know what kind of team. I mean, I like this though. It's the sort of team building element that I really like. I really like her design so far. It's interesting. It adds some dynamic to building a mono geo team, which I like. Will I pull for her? I don't have Ito, so I don't think so. That's the reality. I don't have Ito, I don't have C6 Goro. Probably not. User with Noelle. I don't have C6 Goro. I don't think that's good enough. Bro, she's gonna outdamage my Noelle and it's gonna feel like shit, man. Like... Don't make me do this. Please. You could do, like, Noelle... I don't know. Because with Noelle, because she doesn't have a construct, you end up either... Like, if you want to run the biggest upside of running Noelle, which is Farina, then you can't run Goro. Because you need a construct, right? I mean, it might be the case that Goro is just better. Anyways... Isn't Goro's flag a construct? As far as I'm aware, it's not. You could run Noelle, Farina, Albedo. Okay, if you look up the Genshin Impact leaks subreddit, you'll be able to find all of this information. Pretty sure they've given up on Geo Element overall. Instead of crystallized rework or construct rework, they just shove some gimmick onto a kit to force you to interact with them. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do think they need to fix Geo constructs. I don't think crystallized needs a rework. I don't think constructs need a rework either. They don't need a rework, they just need to be fixed. But like, this is them very clearly not giving up on Geo. This is very much a kit that screams, we want Geo to be a thing. To me, this kit is the exact opposite of them giving up on Geo. Navia is a thing. Navia could be them giving up on Geo. If they followed up Navia with a Navia support, I would have been right there with you. Right? I would have been like, yeah, they're fucking giving up on Geo. Like, this isn't Geo, this is just Navia. But they didn't. They followed Navia with an actual Ito support, which to me is very, very good. I do think that Noelle's lack of construct can make team building without Ito kind of cringe, which is one of the issues that Geo has right now. But you can still just do, like, quad Geo Noelle. And it's fine. Like, I could see Noelle, Goro, Albedo. Noelle, Goro, Albedo. whatever her name is, CHIORI. I could see that being a thing. Because you can't really do that with Ito, because you need a shield, right? So that's something that Noelle has over Goro. Her ability to create her own shield lets her proc Geo Resonance. And like, don't get me wrong, I think it'll still work with Ito to play a team without a shield like that. But like, you're also playing with really dogshit defensive utility, so I don't think it's good overall. Cloud Irritator made for Xiao, CHIORI made for Ito, Kekwe. It's true. True, true. They're giving them some love, man. What do you think about dual on-field Ningong and CHIORI? Why would you... What? Ah. I mean... You can do that, kinda. Like, okay. This isn't terrible for her damage. It's just Ning's damage is gonna suck, right? Yeah, I'd actually probably rather play GeoMC over Ning in this team. Quick swap, GeoMC CHIORI. Ning will be fine. Don't get me wrong. But basically, right, you're getting as much damage from her in this team as you're getting in the Ito team, right? But you're getting Ito instead of Ning. You know? Like in this team, you're getting Farina at least, which is nice, but yeah, I don't know, man. Can CHIORI be played on field? You can play her on field, but it's like on fielding Singto, right? Like, why? Actually, not even. Because there's a very real chance that she snapshots and that you don't even gain any buffs from on-fielding her. It's like on-fielding Fischl. No, because Fischl benefits from on-fields with her A6 if you don't have enough. It's like on-fielding... It's like on-fielding Beto. Yeah, it's like on-fielding Beto. You sure she snapshots? Nope, no clue. I feel like it would make sense if she snapshot, though. I'd be very surprised if they design a unit to be put in the Mono Geo core and make it unable to take advantage of some of Goro's buffs. To me, that would be kind of weird. It's possible, obviously, because Hoyo fucking hates us, but I don't think it's likely. So for now, I'm gonna assume she snapshots. It'll be too strong if it's snapshot? I don't think it would. Check league once again. Their new stuff. CHIORI has a mustache. Reliable. Okay. Thank you, actually. I needed to see this one. Thank you, Dim. Very cool. The X.5 curse. I don't know why people are saying that.
Illusion shattered. Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
Be sanctified.
They is why, but why are they saying that now? Upon leaks of a character that looks pretty good. That's what I don't get. Alright, chat. Again, right? I just gotta whisper it loudly because it's too early in the morning. 3! There we go. 7 in a row. What about CHIORI? Looks pretty good. She has a pretty interesting design that goes in the direction that I've been talking about Geo should be going for the past, like, 2 years. And she looks relatively strong overall. There's, to me, there's nothing not to like about these leagues. What is that direction? Incentivizing Mono Geo and variations of Mono Geo. Do you think she power creeps Albedo? Honestly, kinda. But also, Albedo's been a pretty underwhelming character for so long. Like, a long time ago, back when there weren't that many good teams, and the standard for, like, a fine team was, like, you know, Meld Ganyu, Vape Deluxe. Albedo was considered to be a fine option to just put on a team that didn't have a good fourth unit. But with more and more units being released that have teams that are actually on the same level as the national variants, right? A unit just being fine doesn't cut it anymore. Which makes it so that Albedo is kind of just not good. Like, it's hard for me to call it straight up power creep, when I still think the best teams are the fucking 1.0 ones. But like, specifically in the context of her versus Albedo, it maybe kinda. Although there is actual incentive to run both of them together. So even if it were, like, you still have that going, which makes him not completely irrelevant. What in the... Bro, I can't ban... Okay, there we go. I was trying to fucking go hover over the ban button, but it was... It kept, like... You know how when you hover over something, sometimes it, like, pops up a, like, description of what the thing does? It kept doing that for the button that was above the ban button. So it didn't let me click the fucking ban. What did they write? Some very racist things. But it didn't even make sense. Like... Like, it wasn't even an actual insult. It was just a bunch of racist words together. Like, it wasn't even a racist thought. It was a racist amalgamation of words. Yeah, bro was trying to speedrun racism. But I don't think his run is legal for speedrun.com leaderboards. Have you seen 4.5 Abyss? Not yet. We can take a look at it in a second. First, any cope teams for someone who loves CHIORI but doesn't play Mono Geo? I mean, you could just play her with... If you really like her, you probably don't want to play her without at least one other Geo unit. But I could see, like, CHIORI, GOMC, Bennett, Farina. Quick Swap being a pretty good team. I could see that working out. You could do it with Ning as well. Why is Ganyu Melt bad? I mean, it's not bad. It's just the main thing with Ganyu Melt is, like, she has a good ability to front load a decent amount of damage, but if you're actually taking into account her setup time, the overall DPS from Ganyu Melt teams just isn't that high. Which means that if you're not killing the enemies in one rotation, it's generally just a lot slower than other teams. It doesn't deal with breakpoints too well either. It's the sort of team that, like, will scale relatively well with really high investment. So, like, if you're a Ganyu main, it'll feel fine. But, like, out of the teams that do scale well with hyper investment, it's also just one that is a lot more cringe to play because it can be very clunky. But, like, if you like Ganyu and you have her built, like, don't decide not to play her just because people say that the team isn't that good. Like, if you're fine playing a team that isn't the best team, then Don't let that stop you, you know?
Silence.
Alright. Again, chat. 3! There we go. And just like that, we got 3 8 times in a row, and we have exactly enough to level him to 80. Why are you guys surprised? Why are you guys acting surprised? Why are you guys acting surprised? I've told you this is how it works. I've told you this is how it works for many patches now. Makes sense, but I don't like her playstyle. If you don't like her playstyle, don't play her. Why is Shelling considered so broken? I don't really get why, other than no ICD and off field. It's basically just she does too much damage. The thing about Xiangling is, like, inherently in Genshin, the more different stats that multiply together for your damage, the better. Right? Because basically every stat has some form of quote-unquote diminishing returns at some point. And so especially when you look at higher investment units, you reach a point where if you could trade some of your attack for a different stat that multiplies with the rest of your shit, you would want to. Right? So units that just scale with different stats multiplied together just tend to at a baseline be a bit stronger. Because it's not just like, oh, her damage is multiplied by 1.5 because she's triggering Vaporize. It's her damage is multiplied by 1.5 because she's triggering Vaporize. And then on top of that, you now unlock building EM as a way to scale her damage. Which makes her synergize with units like Sucrose. And just makes her damage higher. Right? On top of that, when you just look at her base numbers, right? Like, my Paranado is crowned 238% per hit, and the base amount of hits is like 12-ish. But plus the triple hit here, it's like basically the equivalent of about 14 times this, right? That's just a big-ass fucking number. On top of all of that, she does it all from off-field, so it doesn't limit you to only using other off-field units. For example, you can play her with Child. You can play her with Neuvillette. You can play her with Ayato. You can play her with Klee. You can play her with fucking on-field Sucrose. You can play her with on-field Bennett. Right? Just at a baseline, even when you look at the Bennett-Xiangling combo. Bennett-Xiangling versus Bennett-Diluc. With Bennett-Diluc, in order to get the damage from Diluc, you have to stay on him. Which means that you're not getting any damage from Bennett. With Xiangling, you still get all of Xiangling's damage, and you can spam E on Bennett. Right? Fuck, you can play her with units like Hu Tao, too. Her other, like, quote-unquote competition for the Pyro DPS, again, DPS slot, can't even work with her. Which makes it so that in order to make her irrelevant, it wouldn't even be enough to just make a unit that's better than her on field. Because she'd just work with them. On top of all of that, right? All of that it's cool, it's nice, and it makes her a good unit overall. But on top of all of that, she's also a really good speedrun unit. because of her ability to get more than one Pyronado hit per spin. If you're aware of it and going out of your way to try to get it, you can get up to 2, sometimes even 3 Pyronado hits per rotation. Generally, up to 2, right? But, like, if you're getting twice the amount of hits on the ability that does all of her damage, you're getting twice the amount of damage. You know? So her already very strong presence is significantly improved by her ability to do that for people that want to do higher investment speedrunning. And honestly, it balances out some 5-star constellations sometimes. Right? You know, on Hu Tao, you can pull for her C1 to increase her damage by like 30%. And then you can pull for Homa for another 30%. And I'm rounding a little bit, like whatever, right? On Hu Tao, you can fucking walk around your target to increase her damage by like 80%. But, and then on top of that, she also has some utility that other pyro units don't have. Because of specifically Global Swirl, it makes it so that she is one of the very, very few ways that you can shred power resistance for enemies that are innately infused with another element. Which actually does kind of matter. Because if you want to, for example, fight the Thunder Manifestation or the Tolpa or whatever with a unit like Hu Tao, right? In order to get your Pyro Swirl, you have to either fucking use Shangling anyways, or if you aren't using Shangling, you'd have to use Bennett and Jean. And while Bennett isn't a downside to have on your team, very often Jean is, right? Having to run Jean over Kazuha or Sucrose will significantly reduce your damage. T6 Lynette works. You have the same downside. You're running Lynette instead of a good unit. But you're right, C6 Lynette does also work. But yeah, and then on top of that, she also shreds Pyro resistance with her own C1. Ugin Global Swirl, basically only Sucrose and Farazan, effectively only Sucrose. But in situations where you need a Global Swirl, it's because the enemy is innately infused with an element that is not Pyro. Or just you're doing a setup with that, and it just makes it easier. But like in the situations where it's the only way to shred resistance, the units are innately infused with a different element, which means that your elemental mastery is always, the EM buff you get from Sucrose is very good. I mean, just inherently, whenever you need a Global Swirl, it's because you're triggering reactions. So the EM buff from Sucrose is very, very good for the team. But yeah, all of this to say, there's a lot of things that make Xiangling good. At the end of the day, she's not the best unit in the game, Sing Tao is, and by a long shot. But So you asked why is Xiangling so good. It's the combination of all of those things. On top of the fact that, she's just relatively versatile and can be used in a lot of different teams. That make her still relevant, still so relevant to this day. What's the point of removing banners for one day before the new version? I have no fucking clue why they do that. I think it's because usually the new banner goes up at a different time depending on your time zone, right? Or depending on like your server. It starts with Asia, then Europe, then America, and they were too lazy to make it last a few more hours for the Asia and EU time zone. In America, right? When this expires, it's basically when the patch starts. Technically, patch starts a little bit after, but like, yeah. I don't understand why it's like that. But it is what it is, I guess. Heard she had 60 energy calls for burst during the pre-release beta. Xiangling, yeah, I heard that as well. But I mean, it is what it is. Elemental birth. Bro, I get up, bro. If Xiangling released with 60 energy costs, I fucking can't. Does the patch start at the same time for everyone? Yeah, so when there's a new patch, the banners all start at the same time. But when there is not a new patch, right, so like for the second banner of the patch, it goes live on Asia first, then EU, then NA. Does Guoba have ICD? You think Guoba would have ICD? Ain't no way. How would Xiangling change if verse cost was 60? She would just be a lot better. Right? When her ER requirements are at 180%, it's because you're generating 44 energy and you need 180% energy to make that 80. So if her burst cost was 60, this 180% ER becomes 135% ER. Effectively, you would gain 1 sand's worth of stats. Or more. And technically sometimes less. Is there a Xiangling in Star Rail? Not really. The closest thing there is to Xiangling in Star Rail is QQ. But QQ doesn't have the upside that Xiangling has of being able to work with other carries. And at the end of the day, Star Rail power creeps a lot more than Genshin does. And so she's not going to be nearly as future-proof as Xiangling is. Why do people consider Xiangling OP when 70% of her power comes from Bennett? I mean, that's not... That's kind of, huh? That's like saying, why would you consider Hu Tao good when she's so much worse without Xing Tao? And like, yeah, but like, those units are there. Evaluating units in a vacuum without supports would be relevant if the game was ever played in a vacuum without supports, but it's not. Right? Solo comparisons don't mean shit. And Charlie's ability to snapshot makes it so that she can benefit from Bennett's buff a lot better than other units do. Like, how well she works with Bennett is one of her upsides. What are the best solo units? Just units that can do things consistently. Nivilet's good, Ganyu's good, Lenny's good. Risley's good, Ayla's fine. Navia? I don't know about Navia. I think it's fine, but... Elon's fine. Yai's fine. Can you tell me how to get 3 boss mats? I'm sorry, I'm new here. The amount of boss materials you get depends on your adventure rank. Starting at... I don't actually know when it starts. Let me actually check. Because I think I'm still in the data gathering Discord. Am I not? I thought I was.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure.
Am I not? Wait, did I leave it?
Has an
Oh no.
aftertaste. In Inazuma,
Fuck, I might have left.
possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Boss material Genshin.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are...
I mean... What's this boss even called? Emperor of Fire and Iron. Trounce Blossom. Okay. Wait. No. Oh, okay. So, yeah, so the amount that you can get will vary based on your adventure rank, which decides your world level. At world level 4 or higher, you start getting the chance to get 3. At world level 8, like I am, you have a 55% chance to get 3. And in order to get 3 reliably, you have to get lucky. So, just get lucky. Why is it okay to not challenge the status quo? What do you mean by that? The what? The status quo. The status quo is the current state of things, basically. But I don't know what they're talking about, so... That's something someone says right before they come out with wild stuff. Yeah, I'm, They don't seem to be answering, so... Yeah, I don't know. They're probably just going around streams asking that, and then if they don't get an immediate answer, leaving. I don't know, man.
Illusion shattered.
Bow yourself. Done picked the wrong test subject.
Shinyan's demo is funny for me. Can you guys stop calling Shanyan Shinyan? It's so confusing to me, man. Like, I get that they, like, look similar and all, but, like, you're being very annoying, okay? Like, respectfully, please shut the fuck up. I think they actually just left, Saj. Oh well. Is Albedo really bad? I mean, he's just... He's a unit that only provides damage, but his damage is kind of just whatever. Like, imagine if Farina didn't give a buff and didn't apply Hydro. And that's like Albedo, basically. And, like, it's not completely useless. But it's also not great. Okay, how do I do milk coffee again? 1 portion of coffee, 1 milk, 1 cream. Okay. One coffee. I can't move. 1 milk, 1 cream. What do you think of CHIORI pull value compared to other Fontaine units? She's a Geo unit, and an actual real Geo unit. So if you want to play Geo teams, she's pretty good. Pretty high value. If you don't want to play Geo teams, she's completely useless. Why would you do that to yourself? Which is fine. Again, though, we haven't seen any footage yet, so I'm going off a lot of assumptions, right? Keep that in mind. It's very possible my opinion on her will change in the next few days once we start getting more reliable leaks. Albedo would still be an important piece in Mono Geo teams with Chiori. He can be. There are teams where you want to run both.
Thank you for completing.
And there are teams where you only want to run her. I don't think there's teams where you want to run him and not her. But there might be in the future, right? If we get more characters that synergize with Geo constructs, which again, I think is the direction Geo should take, that the fact that Albedo has a construct and that Chiori doesn't can be a way to keep them both relevant. Right? That's why I like her design so much. It's like, she encourages you to use Geo constructs, but she herself doesn't have one. So it leaves some room for the units that do have constructs that are not quite as good as her, like Albedo, to still shine in the future with kits that do the same thing that she does. Right? That's synergized with Geo constructs. I like it. But yeah. Isn't her needing a Geo construct just a way to sell her constellation? I mean, that's kind of like saying, isn't Raiden's like best team being EM Raiden just a way to sell her C2? Like, I mean, yeah, they're gonna sell some constellations because of it, sure. But looking from just a design perspective, I do think that it is a good design. I'd like the design even more if it wasn't a gacha game and you could get all units for free. But that's not gonna happen. And every character always has ways to get stronger by getting constellations. That's not new to her. A lot of characters have ways to, like, meaningfully alleviate downsides in their kits through constellations. Right? And I think that it's bad if it's balanced around them having the constellation, and it's bad without it. Like, that is bad for the game. But if it's balanced around C0, and the constellation just makes it better, which is the case for her, then I don't have an issue with it. Like, I don't have more of an issue with it than I do for any other character. Right, like, I didn't like it with... I didn't like Risley's C1, because... it just makes him feel significantly worse to play. In every situation. I don't mind Navia's C1 as much, because... she is a unit designed for Mono Geo with a constellation that lets her be better outside of Mono Geo, and like, okay. Like, Risley's whole kit is about HP manipulation. So making him unable to manipulate his HP in ways that aren't omega fucking cringe without C1 actually significantly hurts the design at C0, in my opinion. And I'm not talking about strength, I'm talking about design, right? Because he's still fine at C0. But that's different from a unit being designed around constructs. Being able to bypass that limitation with constellations. Also, I am still not convinced that the C1 works like you think it does. Only one additional puppet can exist at the same time as one summoned through a geoconstruct. Like... What the fuck does that mean? Is it still maximum 2? Well, if that's the case, why would they say that? You can't get 2 if that's the case. Like the whole... You can't get 1 from this and 1 from a geoconstruct at the same time, so what would be the point of this? Like, this sentence is not necessary if you can only get 2 still, right? Only 1 additional can exist at the same time as 1 summoned through the geoconstruct. Why aren't you saying you cannot get 1 additional at the same time as a geoconstruct? Why are you saying only 1? Like, if the limit is still 2, why would they say this? That doesn't make any sense. That's how Genshin gets are worded. It's not. Like, it's just not. Genshin has issues with wording sometimes, but they're never worded like this. I think it's saying you can't get another additional puppet if you make 2, but it's literally saying the opposite of that. It's saying you can only get 1 more. It's not saying you can't get any more. It's saying you can only get 1 more. And the difference between only 1 more and 0 more is actually pretty big, you know? It's a pretty big difference. Like, to me, this is mistranslated bullshit that doesn't mean anything. And until we actually see reliable wording, I'm not taking this to mean shit. I'm not. I don't think you can either. It's not that this isn't credible, it's that this is meaningless. Just read the only 1 additional puppet can exist, be it through C1 or constructs, but it's not saying that. It's literally not saying that. Like, sure, I could decide to pretend like it's saying something else, but at that point, why don't I decide to pretend like it's saying you can have 83 puppets at the same time? Yeah, if I just ignore what's written and make up something else to replace it, it will mean something else, indeed. But, like, if you're doing that, then at that point, this doesn't mean anything. I think it's pretty clear. Okay, congratulations, you struggle to understand English. Like, what? I think you can only make the argument that it's clear if you're saying it's 3 and it's clear that it's 3. And, like, to me, yeah, sure. Like, I can see that. I think it's still kind of confusing because it doesn't actually say that it removes the maximum of... No, I think it's completely fair to say that it's just +1. Chinese is quite confusing as well. It's clear that it's 2. You're just wrong. It is not clear that it's 2. You get 1 more, and from this, right, the thing summoned this way from the C1, you can only get 1 at the same time as the one summoned through the construct. That says 1 at the same time, not 0 at the same time. That is what this says. That is what this says. Like, just straight up. The words on this are saying you get 1 more. Now, the problem with this is that it also implies that you could technically get 2 more from this, but only if you don't have a geoconstruct. But also 3 more from this, or 4 more from this. But I guess you can't have Feathered Sleeve Touch expire. But what if you use TF? Like, the issue why I struggle to believe that it's also just straight up +1 is because if that were the case, then it would mean that if you're using SAC MTF without a geoconstruct, you'll end up with a total of 4, but with a geoconstruct, you'll end up with a total of 3. And you'd get 1 less with a geoconstruct, which to me sounds wrong. But that could be because they just forgot to say that the C1 puppet cannot exist at the same time as another C1 puppet. Doesn't in this way mean summoned by the C1 exclusively? Yes. So only 1 additional C1 puppet can exist at the same time as a construct puppet. That is what it's saying. In other words, you cannot get 2 C1 puppets at the same time as you get a geo puppet, or a construct puppet. Which means if you're using Sac Sword, you can't just get multiple of these, is basically what it's saying. Right? Like, if you want to rephrase this, you could rephrase this as, while you have a puppet active from a geo construct, using multiple E's will only generate 1 additional puppet from C1. So there's no point to using multiple E's. Only 1 E is going to get you the C1. Like, again, it is very possible that this doesn't actually increase the maximum amount of puppets, but that's not what the text says. The text does not say that. The text is also very, very nebulous, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's just a massive translation issue. But that is not what the text says, right? If you're taking the text literally, it does not mean that. Nebulous is a word? It's OUS, not US. It's a synonym for hazy, or unclear, vague. In the form of a cloud or haze, hazy, unclear, vague, ill-defined. It's because nebulas are relatively hazy and hard to see from the naked eye. And it makes it so that sometimes people use nebulous as a synonym. Whatever. We're learning English from the French. Yeah. To be fair, it's a word in French as well, right? Nebuleux. Nebulas are called that way because they're nebulous, not the other way around. I feel like that's just made up, personally. Maybe you're right, but I feel like you're making it up. Nebulas come from the Latin word for mist. Okay. I guess. They both come from the same etymology for different reasons. I guess neither is named after the other. Chow was right? Not really. But kinda. I was wrong and so was Chad. So with Chiori C1, her E will summon 2, then if there's another Geoconstruct, you get another 1, total 3. That is what it is saying. But again, I don't know if that's actually how it works because it's worded in an unclear way. I love this song. Karaoke. Eh. I want to, but it's pretty early. It's 8 a.m. People should be awake, right? Right? Surely people are awake. It's 8 a.m. If it doesn't hurt at all, then it doesn't mean a thing. I never knew that I could feel this way. If it doesn't hurt at all, then there's nothing left to save. My throat is not... I don't think I'm fully recovered from the last karaoke session, I'm gonna be honest. That's high, yeah, it's pretty high. It's hard for me to properly do the... I never knew that I... Like, the feel this way is fine. Cause when I'm in my head voice, it's easy to say the feel. But staying in chest voice for the I never knew that I... It's like, it's hard. It's like just on my... I never knew that I could feel this way. It's hard, man. It's just like on the limit of what I can do comfortably, so it's like pretty shaky, you know? Anyways, it's a good song. I like it a lot. That being said, I'm a baritone, so one can only dream. Oh, I'm also a baritone. I just have a pretty wide range. In more area. Ah, shit, no, what does that mean? It's the names for the, like, voice registers, right? Voice registers. Or vocal registers, sorry. This is a throat, chat. I promise it's a throat, okay? But no, it's... Yeah. So, bass is the lowest, and is between E2 and E4, so... Do. I struggle to get the low notes in bass. I can do it, but like not very loud. Do. Do. But yeah, I can do do. F sharp is where I start being more comfortable. Do. Up to then baritone is between A2, so do. And then tenor between C3 and C5. I can do tenor register as well. Can you do it on C6? I cannot do head voice on C6. Contralto between F3 and F5, which I think is... I can head voice it, I can't chest voice it. And mezzo soprano is between... Nope. No, that's... I can't reach that. I can't reach that. That's like my limit. But I'm comfortable up to here. So I can do... Which is, yeah, that's fine. I used to be able to do a bit more. I was able to do up to, or down to E flat. And up to A. But I'm too out of practice. Like, I haven't trained my voice in a while, so Take several months to get back and yeah. Anyways. The Juve is a soprano. I can't do soprano, man. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna. No. I'm not even gonna try. But like I'm most comfortable in my baritone range for sure. But I can do tenor. And if I'm including head voice, I can do alto as well. And if I was not out of practice, I can do bass as well. When I was in my choir, they would just like put me into whatever section needed voices. Cuz I can project very well. So like I'm able to be pretty loud with my voice. And so I mean, I've always been a decent backup singer. Like I'm not a very good main singer, like lead singer. But I'm a pretty decent backup singer. He was an off-fielder in choir, yeah, true. But like this, right? Right. Right? This is like right around the range where I stop being able to do chest voice. I can do it if I'm like loud, right? But I don't want to be too loud because I'm gonna fucking wake up the neighbors. It's so much harder to sing high chest voiced quiet than it is loud. Then it doesn't mean a thing. I never knew that I could feel this way. If it doesn't hurt at all, then there's nothing left to save. But yeah. So like I can hit it a lot more comfortably if I'm loud. And like, yeah, rip neighbors. But he's mid? Yeah, exactly. I'm like the definition of mid for a singer. But that's okay. You know, I'm okay with that. Much like in Genshin, mid doesn't mean you're bad. It means you're mid. And I like singing, so like I don't care that I'm not the greatest. I still enjoy it. Anyways. Mid can still clear, true. Mid can still clear. And I miss my choir sometimes. It was really nice. You checked the Abyss? Not yet. I can take a look at it now. Hmm. Who's that guy? I have no clue. This one has HP? Oh. Okay. Wait, local legend? Which one is that? Is that the gravity one? That is hilarious if it is. Oh my god. That is funny. Damn. It probably is, yeah. Or maybe it's a new local legend that looks similar, I don't know. Yeah, so how much HP does it have in Overworld? Any knowers? $3 mil? You sure? Or are you just like making that up? Don't answer if you don't actually know.
Need to end a
Or as they say in TFT, don't talk if you don't know. True. Whatever.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is strength. Animal test 60.
riptide.
Bro. Okay, well, that's not what I... It was about here before the old. So that is 57 out of... Wait, no. Out of 410? Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. Wait, that's so squishy. That can't be real. $2.1 mil at level 100? Yeah, but it's not level 100. Is that really how people calculate enemy HP? No, it's how I calculate enemy HP because I'm lazy. According to the wiki, it has 1.4 mil at level 90.
No time to lose.
Yeah. You can toggle this off to like... Yeah. 1.5 mil makes sense. 1.5 mil makes sense. Okay. So it's gonna be actually... Wait, how is my sucrose on 139 HP? Oh, well that's not good. So it's actually tankier than the one in Overworld. Interesting. That is very interesting. Because, like... That's pretty tanky.
Perhaps
You
we
know?
could take a walk by
He doesn't stay vulnerable for all that long.
Silence!
Illusion shattered. Just stay pretty little. Make yourselves at home. Look alive.
Let the mighty be humble.
Right, like, he's already back to invulnerable. Including my setup time, that's like... I mean, that's good, right? That's an enemy that can actually survive a little bit. But it might be difficult for some people.
Settle down. Justice is blood.
Shine down. Buckle up. Ha!
Be sanctified.
Fucking hell. Yeah, like, you need to actually have your stuff ready. Otherwise it won't go well. Okay, I don't want to actually kill it. But yeah, the DPS uptime window is relatively short. So maybe you want to do something like... Alright, leave it at a little bit.
Settle down.
Commit it to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
The tides beckon.
Oh my.
Your head.
It definitely does let me get more though. Missed out on one because of... Yeah, could have gotten one more. What the fuck? I've never seen that before. The fuck was that? What the fuck was that? You broke it, I guess. How did I break it? Did I break it with Pneuma? Is that what happened? Yeah, probably. What happens if I do it, like, now?
Silence.
Doesn't do anything. Oops.
Bow your head.
Okay, I think I broke it, yeah.
Buckle up. Lots off.
That's not what I wanted to do and you know it. Fuck. Yeah, now it's like, it's looking like a dumbass, you know? Oh, but it regen too fast. Why did it regen so fast this time? That's fine.
Temple of Wisdom.
The tides beckon. Bow your head.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I see. So like when you apply Uzia to it, it sets a timer. So you don't actually want to apply Uzia to it too early. But it only does it, or sorry, not Uzia, it's Pneuma, right? Yeah, it's Pneuma. So like if I break him, or yeah, break his shield. And then right after breaking the shield, I immediately do this. Right? He's gonna become disabled for a little bit. He's gonna do one attack. And then he'll go back up. Right? Maybe not. Yeah. Then he'll go back up. Like, he always does one attack after you apply, like, in its weakened form, after you apply Uzia to it. So what you want to do...
Bow your head.
There is no
Commit to memory. Make yourselves at home.
is you don't want to immediately apply Uzia to it after you break its shield. Because you can deal damage to it, right? And it's still not in its weakened form. And then you apply Uzia now, and then it goes in the weakened form. And you have more time to hit it, because it still does only one attack before it goes back. Alright? And then it goes back, yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so this is probably the first instance of Uzio or Pneuma being, like, actually very relevant. What happens if you apply it while the shield is on? Nothing. Nothing happens. Is Lynette Pneuma or Uzia? I forgot. Alright, like if I do this, I'll wait until he finishes his attack and just Pneuma, Uzia. Okay, chat is why. Yeah.
Bow your head.
Why it doesn't do anything. Like the shield protects him from that. Lynette is Uzia? Okay. So I'll test with Lynette.
Time for afternoon.
Why is she so slow in this mode? I swear. Maybe it works on Uzia as well.
Over here.
Nope. It does not. I died. But yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, you can use the Narcissus Crew's sword, that is true. It's time to do the quest to get it.
Perhaps we could take a...
Okay, let me actually check something. So if I break it now, I think it'll still do one more attack after this one, right? So I have a decent amount of time to damage it right now. It'll do one more attack, I think. Yeah, it does one more attack. And then you have to apply it right as at the end of that attack. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, that makes sense. So basically, if you don't use Pneuma, it will recover after the end of the next attack, right? So if you break in the middle of the attack, you'll have all of the time of that attack and the time of the next attack to hit it. But after that next attack, it will immediately recover. Oops. Right, so if I break it now, I have the time of this attack to attack it if I want, right? Very cool. Wow, poggers. And then I have the whole time of this attack, but then I have to immediately do this, and then it'll do one more attack. And you effectively get 3 attacks worth of damage on him. Yeah, it's very possible the Abyss version has different AI, because it always fucking does. Okay, so if I break it now, it'll do this attack, and then I can hit it out as much as I want. And then it'll do one more attack. Hopefully it's not the cringe one. Okay, yeah, that's Bog. Alright, so I can hit it for all this duration. And then once it starts getting close to the end, I do this, and then I can hit it for another attack's worth. Because it's gonna spin at me. And then it's gonna recover. Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting enemy. I don't like that Pneuma stuff is kind of gated, but at least with the Narcissus sword, you can do it with anyone. So that's cool. Or like if I'm actually just straight up trying to kill it as fast as possible. But, hello?
We've got ourselves a tough cookie. Shine down. Now, whoa, Shirley knowledge. Come on.
Be sanctified.
Settle down. The tides beckon.
And then I'd be able to kill it. Okay, cool. So I can actually kill it in one down here. That's cool. But only if I actually, like, do it properly. Can you run its run back to the middle with the Geocon sword? I don't think it needs to be in the middle to do its attacks. But probably not. I can try.
A walk would be nice.
Gather. This is order. Bow your head. Rise.
Yeah, no, it just fucking stays where it is. I wonder how far you could bring him, though.
Stabilize. Silence.
Boy. Hello. One step at a time. Heard someone say Corinne might be a 4-star. What's your opinion on that? I think that'd be pretty cool. I'd be surprised, but pleasantly so. Okay. I think it always waddles like... Yeah, I can make it... No. Never mind.
Settle down.
Come on. Come on. Alright, fuck you. Fine, whatever. Imagine wanting Chlorine and waiting till the end of Fontaine and choose a 4-star. I mean, is that bad? Why do people... I mean, I get it, right? Oh no, 4 stars, bad. I don't want 4-star. I want my character to be expensive. I don't want to be able to get it for less money. What? No. Most post 1.0 4-stars are not very good. I mean... The most recent 4-star is Chevreuse. So, like... Yeah, most 1.0 4-stars are pretty bad as well. A lot of units just suck. It is what it is. Yeah, whatever. Thought Chevreuse was mid? I mean... Mid in the context of good units, sure. I don't know. I mean, she's pretty alright. I think her design is omega fucking cringe. And I really hope they stop fucking Niloing units. But in terms of power, she's pretty alright. Oh yeah, chat. Okay, we need to watch this. We actually need to watch this. Then we can watch the Shenyan demo. But first, we absolutely need to watch this.
I have noticed that for 3 years, my bitrate has been fucked because of me. So you may have noticed that in my guides, the Abyss footage doesn't look as clear as it should. And on Twitch, when I live stream on Twitch, this happens because Twitch caps your bitrate, which is dumb. But when I record at a really high bitrate, so my Abyss is clear. But I noticed that when in my editing software, garbage software, by the way, garbage program, I select 1080p 60 FPS, it auto set the bitrate to 1 Mbps. Look, I didn't notice this. I've been uploading and exporting for 3 years at 1. I asked Alan, who else in my guides? Hey, by the way, do my exports look different than yours? And these are the pictures he sent me. This is his export of the same video, and then this is mine that I uploaded to YouTube. Dude, you can count the fucking pixels. This is 3 years of uploading, by the way. This is what I look like. This isn't a joke. Like, you can actually check. This is not a joke. It auto set this to 1. How the fuck would I know? I didn't know what bitrate was. I found out last year. But here's the thing. I set my bitrate on OBS. So I record at like 15K bitrate. I stream the Twitch limit of like 7 or 8. But for some reason, when I fucking export, it set it auto to 1 mbits, which I think it means 1,000. I don't know, but it set it to 1. I looked it up. For 1080p, you need at least 12. Zajef DM'd me, concerned. Zajef DM'd me, concerned. He said, surely you're making it up, right? I sent him DM, like, you know, a DM with my editor. He said, ... How are you this dumb? I'm just impressed.
Oh. Damn, dude. I wish you would I have no words. I have no words. Oh, chat, you want to know something that's been fucking annoying the fuck out of me recently? You know how sometimes people will say I have no words and then keep talking, right? Do you know why they do that? Because when someone says I have no words, they mean I have no words that are strong enough to express how I feel about this. It doesn't mean that they don't have words. It just means that the following explanation, you have to like take that and multiply it by 5 or some shit, right? That's what it means. It means the words that I'm about to say don't properly convey how strongly I feel about this. Right? So it really bothers me when people see I have no words and then circle the rest and say, oh, that's words. Like, ah! You don't get it! You're dumb! Ah! It's fine. Sorry. Alright, it's time. That's not what I meant.
For a modern heroine, we need a modern weapon.
Quite.
The likes of swords, staffs, spears, bows are ubiquitous in opera. We need something more original. For example...
Gusto.
Gusto?
What are they yapping about? It's a gust of wind! Get it? Get it? Gusto? It's a gust of wind? Sorry. Oh, wait.
be an exceptional inventress. Few can master martial arts in a lifetime, yet to invent is to change life itself. Invention is the better part of valor.
Stop! I can't use any of this in the script. She's utterly ridiculous. An inventress? What a load of... Help!
Jump! Well, have I convinced you yet?
Absolutely! Please, Miss Inventress! Help me down from here, please!
I really like the music on this one.
Weapon.
Quite.
I really like it. Like this is what I mean when I talk about the other trailers, like the other demos mix being off, because like the bass sounds are too loud. This is what they need to sound like, right? Like it's still there, you can still hear it, but like
Gusto?
it's not the focus, you know? Like it's still there, it's still loud, but you can hear it's not the focus, right? Yeah, it sounds so clear. And there's still a lot of percussions, but it sounds because the bass isn't as loud, it doesn't feel like it's trying to yell at you, "Hey, we're hip. We're with the times. I heckin' love technological music." EDM. You know, like it's
She must also be an exceptional inventress. Few can master martial arts in a lifetime, yet to invent is to change life itself. Invention is the better part of valor.
Stop! I can't use any of this in the script. She's utterly ridiculous. An inventress? What a load of... Help!
Jump! Well, have I convinced you yet?
Absolutely! Please, Miss Inventress! Help me down from here, please!
Yeah. When was the last time that a demo actually had, like, was actually good? I feel like it's been a while. When was the last good demo? Maybe it hasn't been that long. Farina demo was good, that's fair. Did you not like Navia's? It was fine. Maybe that was good. I didn't like maybe that's demo. Oh yeah, chat. Chat. Nah, bro, that's just... Oh. How is this real, man? Bro, this is just... feel bad. Like, this is like... This might be one of the worst banners of all time. Because it's bad, and not constellation dependent. What 4 stars have ever been worse than this for a banner? Banner history Genshin. Risley? No, they're... What was Risley again? No, that's so much better. Dory instead of Yao Yao. I'm gonna be honest. I think there's a very real chance that Dory is better to have on banners than Yao Yao. Because Yao Yao's constellations don't do anything. Whereas Dory is actually a pretty good unit at C6. Yeah, and Thomas Cons are good. So, like, yeah. So, who else would be... Well, what other... There was an Ayaka plus Ning plus Chongyun banner? When... $3.8? No. 3.8 4 stars or worse. What, this one? This one is Toma. And like, as much as Mika is kind of a joke, he is actually decent at C6. I think we could make the argument that the overall banner is worse. Because it's Ella and Klee. I don't know, though. Klee's not bad. $3.4. They had Yunjin instead of Nang. I think Yunjin is better on a banner. But it's definitely a strong competitor. But also, wow, I love how the only strong competitor is Xiao. I fucking can't, man. There's no way. There's no way. The only difference is they have Ning instead of Yunjin. That cannot be. Bro, imagine you're a free-to-play player who's been saving up for C6 Xiao for 3 years. Nah, but like, imagine you're a free-to-play player that's been saving up for C6 Xiao for like 3 years, and you just get this. What else was bad? Xiao 2.7, was it bad too? Barbara Noel, fuck, you're right! That's so bad! Jesus Christ! Why are all the worst banners just Xiao? And what was his original banner? Yunjin Ning Chongyun? No, that's not his original banner. Holy fuck. Diona Beto? Okay, there's Beto. At least. Over his... The 1.3, 2.4, 2.7, 3.4, 4.4. And so over his 5 banner appearances, this is by far the best banner Xiao has ever had. Look at it. From 1.4. Was it 1.4 or 1.3? 1.3. Two point four. Two point seven. Bro, Envy, you don't I just realized how bad Xiao's had it, man. Oh, it's so bad. Three point four. Four point four. Dude, how is this real? How is this real? Yunjin Ning Chongyun, Barbara Noel Yunfei, Xinyan Yunjin Yao Yao, Xinyan Ning Wang Yao Yao. The last two are kinda fine, but are fine because of Yao Yao, but her constellations kinda suck. So if you got her from Lantern, right, this or last year, or if you're getting her this year, it's doomed. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, man. It's, oh god. Hope you're having a nice day, Envy. Can't wait for for the good old Envy version update stream. Wait, chat, it's up? Are you guys sure it's up? I feel like you're lying to me. Hmm. Let's try it. Oh, it's not out. Damn, you guys baited me. Damn, I could have seen that one coming after 3 years. Damn, that's crazy. It's up in Asia. Oh, it's up in Asia. Hmm. People still forget update goes live an hour early after 3 years too. Yeah, but also no, because it doesn't consistently go live exactly an hour early. It's basically they tell you what time and it's an hour later than they actually plan on going live, so that when things inevitably go wrong, they're not late. But we've had a few times where it actually didn't go live an hour early. But yeah, you can always expect it to go live an hour early, and then sometimes it doesn't. Hoyo standard time, true. It's in HST. What are your thoughts on triple banners for characters and its implications on weapon banners? I don't fucking know, man. Like, you want my real thoughts? They should do away with banners entirely and give every character for free. So, like, I don't know, man. Like, it doesn't really change much. It is what it is. Like, what do you want me to say? Gacha systems suck. How would I get the dopamine artifact? But they can give gacha skins for all I care. Like it's still predatory, but it's less predatory at least. I don't know, man. What if Genshin wasn't a gacha game but a paid game? I mean, I would be okay with that. But I wouldn't be okay with them making it paid now after having milked people of thousands of dollars, because that's kind of fucked up. But like, if a game came out and it was just Genshin, but like you pay $60 for the game, I would buy it. And like you get all the characters, like I'd buy that, yeah. It wouldn't be as popular? Yeah, it wouldn't be as popular. The unfortunate reality is that gaming companies have min-maxed making money off of video games and realize that the most optimal way to make money off of video games is free-to-play models. Free to play with a dash of FOMO? Oh, yeah, with a lot of FOMO. But like, if Genshin wasn't a gacha game, I would be very happy to spend money on it, right? Like, I'd be very happy to spend money supporting a game that I actually like. But I don't want to support Hoyo, because I don't want to support the gacha market. Right? The reason I don't spend money on Genshin isn't because I don't want to spend money on games, it's because I don't want to spend money on gacha games. Like Envy said, recently being free-to-play but playing Hoyo games actually takes money from them due to server costs. That's kind of cope, because, like, at the end of the day, it still makes their game more popular that free-to-play players play it. Like, you're part of their marketing, right? Like, on an individual level, sure. But in the grand scheme of things, free-to-play players benefit the game more than they hurt it. Aware, yeah. I mean, even making free-to-play content and telling people not to spend, you're, at the end of the day, still to some extent a part of the fucking marketing arm for the gacha games. It's a fucking sad reality that you just have to live with as a content creator. That no matter how much you criticize the game, part of your impact will be that you are making the game more popular in some ways. It's very aware, yeah. Impact, shut up. Shut the fuck up, chat. How many fragiles do I have? Do I have enough to actually... Oh, yeah, I do. Oh, nice. I actually have enough fragile to level up my Xianyuan on day one. Pog. Do I have enough books? I don't actually know if I have enough books. I might not have enough books. I hope I have enough books. Prage. Where are they? Where are the books? Oh, I don't think that's enough. That's not enough to 90, but it's enough to 80. Like, it's enough to 91, but not enough to 92. I can 81 and 92, and 90 the second. That's enough. I have two characters I'm leveling, chat. Gaming, yeah. No one can. Longest potions are fit for beasts, let alone a man. To tell you to get your potions. Potion seller, I need them if I'm to be successful in battle. How many primos do you want to spend for Xianyuan? That's actually a good question. I am probably going to build pity on the Xianyuan banner. And I don't like that, but yeah. I think the reality is that I'm not that angry if I get an early Shenyun for C1. Because, like, I can just not use it, so that's not the end of the world. But I really want both Farazan and Gaming constellations. So, I actually want to wish on this banner a decent amount. If I get an early Shenyun, like, post... Like, if I get an early C1, I'll stop. I hope I don't. Why not just go for Nahida cons? Because you can't not use Nahida's C1. Unless you just don't use burst, but like, yeah. Whereas you can not use Shenyun C1. Calling a C2 Shenyun before C6 Gaming. Honestly, if I get Farazan cons, I don't mind that. Like, what would be really sad is if I get another Rosaria incident. Yeah, for those of you who weren't there, when I started my Taiwan account, I saved up wishes for a while until there was a good banner, and eventually there was a great banner, right? An amazing banner. That had Singto and Beto on the banner. Well, I got C7 Rosaria, 0 Singtos, and 0 Betos. Which is a statistical anomaly. You know, a very, very, yeah. Yeah, so unlucky that it's kind of lucky. Like, it's so unlikely that something like that would happen. Like, okay, there's, according to OBS, 1,762 people watching. It is very likely that there is one person in this chat that has had a wishing incident that was worse than me. I think it is incredibly unlikely that there are 5 people in this chat who had a wishing incident worse than this, in terms of, like, odds of it happening. That is how unlikely that shit is. Okay? Like, losing every single 2 out of 3, 7 times in a row, when you're specifically going for those 2. Like, on top of that, I also lost most of the 50-50 for the banners, right? Like most of the 4 stars, or almost half of the 4 stars I got were off banner ones. Yeah. You still have the VOD? I don't think so. I was angry about it for a while. I'm still angry about it, honestly. But anyways, as long as that doesn't happen, right? I just Noel, I beg you, okay? I beg you. I already have your C6, and I've wanted your C6 for a while, and I finally got it, and I'm glad. But that's enough of that. No more Noels, okay? No more. No more Noels.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Yeah, so someone asked why not just not activate it. I don't want to spend wishes and then not activate a constellation, you know? Also, I just don't like the red dot. Like, that's why my C1 only is activated. I just don't. It annoys me. It's unsatisfying. Okay? But then also, unironically, her C1 makes her exploration nicer. So, like, it's a constellation that I can just decide not to use when I'm doing Abyss, and that gives her slightly better quality of life. And that's why I don't mind it that much, right? And that's why I'm, like, okay with building Pity on the banner.
Now your head.
Yeah, they removed the one that was here, but not the other one. What's her C1? It gives her 2 charges on skill. It's like, whatever. Then you had the goddamn sheer cold thing in Dragon's Fine forever. True! Do you think that Shenyan's C1 is more worth it than Nahida's C1, considering it gets you closer to Nahida's C2? I mean, if I was trying to vertically invest into my characters, I'd go for Nahida, but I'm not. I actively don't want to get Nahida's C1. Because it's like a buff that I can't turn off. Like, even something like Hu Tao's C1, you can't really turn off the buff. Because the reality is, like, even if you're not doing dash cancels, sometimes you still run out of stamina because you have to dash on your supports. And the C1, like, removes that, and, like, you know? Almost all time for that ping skill issue. Do you activate standard cons? Yeah, because, I mean, let's be honest. The Luke. Why does Hoyo not implement constellations turn off? What's the upside of not having it? Honestly, I don't know. Like, that's one of those things that I just don't understand why they don't do it. Like, my best guess is they don't think enough people care about it that it's worth cluttering the UI with a new button. Like, I think there's a lot of quality of life features that are not implemented in Genshin intentionally because they think that it's optimal for them making money. I don't think that you not being able to turn off constellations is one of those things. I think it's just straight up they don't think it's worth the dev time to try to figure out a way to give you that without cluttering the UI, and they don't think enough people care about it, so they don't think that the returns would be significant. casuals don't care, they make up most of the player base. I mean, that's like half true. Like, there's a lot of things that casual players don't care about that they should still do because it would still be good for them. Like, if you only cater to the majority of your player base, you lose the minority of your player base, and then you'll do the same thing and you lose another minority. And you do it over and over, and you end up losing all your players, right? You can't just cater to the majority. Right? I don't think it's really a matter of casuals or not. I think that even non-casual players, there's a lot of them that just don't care. Because, like, realistically, most people don't want to nerf their characters, so Constellations being turned off is mostly a thing for, like, Bennett C6, but honestly, there's just not a lot of teams where Bennett C6, like, actually is a downside. And content creators that want to be able to show their characters at C0. But they're gonna play the game whether you do it or not. So, like, it's not just the casuals. It's like, yeah. Yeah, like, sometimes they'll add features that don't benefit casuals. Like, the Abyss cooldown reset is not a feature that benefits casual players at all. Most casual players don't even enter Abyss, let alone do it often enough that they care about cooldowns resetting. And that's why it was a low priority for them, but they ended up doing it after a while because there's no real downside to doing it. Yeah, I guess you could make the argument that letting content creators turn off their constellations lets them make C0 showcases, which can promote free-to-play, and, like, which can highlight how you can still beat the game free-to-play, which they don't want. I don't know, man. Like, you could argue that. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. I don't think that's very likely. Listen, I'm all for, like, assuming that Hoyo does something for nefarious reasons. I think they do it very often. But I don't think that one holds water too much, you know? Sometimes I feel like Hoyo doesn't want content creators to create content. The thing is, when you say content creators right now, you're not actually talking about all forms of content creation. You're talking about, like, videos, right? Hoyo loves it when people make art of their game and, like, songs of their game and, like, whatever, right? But when people make gameplay videos, it just highlights how little gameplay there is in the game. So yeah, I don't think they care very much for their content creators in the sense that you're implying, right? The video makers, the streamers. Yeah, like, they care about their cultural impact so much more than they care about their content creation in that sense. Serious question, do you think Genshin will finally listen to us? No. Not from this. I don't think anything that anyone does right now really matters. Like, they'll listen by giving us 10 wishes instead of 3. People are gonna be satisfied and they're gonna move on. it's not gonna fix any of the real issues, right? They don't have an incentive to start listening to their players' actual complaints until the players get, like, realistically threaten to stop playing and spending, and that's never going to happen unless there's an actual competitor on the market. And that's the reality, is Hoyo left to their own devices will never actually cater to their more involved player base, because they don't need to. They'll make money whether they do it or not. Yeah, like, it's part of why I really hope that Wuthering Waves is good. I hope it's good because I like good games, obviously. But also, if it is good, and it is actually popular, even if it doesn't threaten to kill Genshin. It doesn't need to threaten to kill Genshin, right? It just needs to threaten to take away enough of the Genshin player base that it will be a noticeable amount of money they're missing out on. That's when they'll start caring. And it can't kill Genshin, because if it does happen, then Genshin can just implement some changes and it'll fucking... It will not die. Right? The only way that Genshin can die is if Hoyo lets it. If competition starts happening and they don't do anything about it. Yeah, Star Rail is not a threat. Star Rail is literally like sideways money. The money goes sideways. It just goes to the same company. And on top of that, the fact that it's a different kind of game that, let's be honest, has a lot less mass appeal. Like, turn-based is just inherently less appealing to more casual players than what Genshin is. Means that a lot of people who do start playing Star Rail because they have nothing to do in Genshin, they won't actually quit Genshin. They'll just play Star Rail until the next Genshin patch. And now you got them playing 2 fucking gacha games. That's a huge win for them. It's not even a good turn-based system. I mean, yes, but that doesn't really matter to this point. Like, Star Rail just not being a great turn-based game matters in the context of how it performs on its own. But it doesn't matter nearly as much in the context of how it performs thanks to Genshin and as it, like, compared to Genshin. Like, such a huge part of the marketing for Star Rail was getting Genshin players to play Star Rail, right? That's part of why I'm so, like... I feel like this whole fucking, like, situation is so icky. Is, like... If we just look at the results... Star Rail got a fuck ton of marketing out of all the Genshin shit. And Genshin hasn't really lost anything as long as they actually decide to give 10 wishes instead of 3, right? So effectively, they just got a fuck ton of positive things for their company. And it's hard for me to just see that and be like, oh yeah, no, that was a coincidence, it was an accident, right? Like, it's very possible that it is a coincidence, but it's a coincidence that is good for them. It's either a coincidence that's good for them, or Not a coincidence. And that's why I feel so fucking icky about the whole thing, like... Ugh. I swear, if I if I had the power to make a game, I would have taken the Zajef with for combat and character mechanics. Nah. Unironically, like, that is something that someone who does not work in game design would say. I think I have a decent amount of, like, skill when it comes to evaluating things and analyzing things that are already made. And working within clearly defined systems to create new things. But actually coming up with something? No. I have no creativity. I would not be a good game dev. I'm very well aware of that. I have things that would be useful. I believe, at least, that I have skills that would be useful. For, like, playtesting side, maybe. But I don't think I would actually be a good dev. Like, at the end of the day, right? My biggest strength when it comes to just all of the stuff that I do in my content, it has never been the things that I do, right? It's always just been being able to explain things in ways that make sense, right? Like, that's what my content has been about. It's about explaining things, right? I'm far from the best theory crafter, but I convey theory crafting information in a way that I think is easy to understand. And I think that's my biggest strength. I think I'd be pretty good at, like, building a tutorial for a pre-existing combat system. Because I think that that sort of skill would translate really well to the making of a tutorial. And it's something I've talked about many times before, how Genshin's tutorials are a joke and are so fucking dog shit. Right? But I think that that's basically all I'd be very good at. It's still a big deal, right? Like, it's still an important thing, don't get me wrong. But I definitely wouldn't be able to design a combat system from the ground up that feels novel and fun. And disagree, you're the best TC for me too. Can you name one other TC? Like, can you name me one theory crafter that is not a content creator? One. Probably not. I'm a game developer. If you want to design a combat system, hit me up. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. People at KQM, do you know any people at KQM? Hazel and Art, are they even at KQM anymore? Oh, we know them if they're not content creators? Exactly. That's my point. My point is that me being the best theory crafter you know doesn't mean shit. Right? Like, the reality is that there's a lot of theory crafters on staff in Longsheng and KQM that actually put in a lot of work into number crunching, the sort of stuff that I do not have the patience for. And I am incredibly thankful for them. Does Jamie count? Jamie's a big time content creator now. Jamie Oliver? Thankfully not. Zalex's channel feels like 60 to 70% Zajef. Okay, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, okay? Genshin Impact guides that cover best artifacts, weapons, and teams are not very difficult. And the reality is that there is information that is just objectively accurate. So it is going to just be the same information no matter who makes it. Like, it would be difficult if there weren't, like, hundreds of people willing to find it out for you, but there are. Fine. She's gonna be fine if you don't play any Geo DPS. Like, as long as you're willing to actually play her in teams with other Geo units, it'll be fine. Like, I expect CHIORI, Bennett, GeoMC, Farina to be, like, the baseline non-mono Geo team that you'd play her on. And it'll be fine. But wouldn't really be better than Navia. Just works, you know? It works. It is what it is. Maybe just a Sing-Sugalan situation with Albedo. Well, no, because she's better than Albedo. First off. But are there going to be teams where you play Albedo and CHIORI? I believe so, yes. I don't think it's a lot of teams, though. The main reason why you'd want to play both of them together is because they benefit from the same buff, which is Goro. And if you're playing them and Goro, who the fuck is your last unit gonna be? You need a shield. Kind of has to be like Noelle. You could do Ito without a shield, but like that's kind of... Well, yeah. It'll also just function. Just putting the two on a team with a 2-unit core like fucking Bennett Changling. But, eh. Yeah, also, double Cinnabar Omega. Is Goro Q a construct? No, not as far as I'm aware. Goro E is a construct?
Prepare to move out. Advance.
Doesn't look like a construct to me.
Fall in.
CHIORI doesn't really work with Navia and wants Cinnabar. I mean, she does work with Navia, and while Cinnabar is potentially good, it's not even that much better than some of the other options. Like, she doesn't work optimally with Navia, but I mean, I've talked about this in my Navia video. Navia doesn't have a great last teammate right now. So even a unit that isn't fully synergistic with her can actually be a good option in the slot. And so she will actually be a good option in the slot. Very similar to Albedo in terms of output, but you're not gonna have to deal with the cringe of the flower breaking. So yeah. What do you think the best team for Navia will be with CHIORI? It's probably just Bennett, Farina. It's more a question of if she'll be better than GOMC. Yeah, I think there's a chance she's better than GOMC. I think there's a chance you also just want to run triple Geo with Zhongli or even with GOMC. That could be interesting. Like, the biggest potential issue with running triple Geo in a team like that is that, like, you want your last slot to be Bennett and it can be hard to get your crystallized procs if that's the case. But if you have C6 Bennett and you're willing to swap to get your crystallized procs, it might be fine. I don't know. I am unsure. Will you ban me if I run CHIORI and Yunjin in the same team? I wouldn't ban you for playing a garbage, dog shit, useless team. Who do you think I am? Sorry, that was mean. Omega. How significant is having a construct for CHIORI? All other things being equal,
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
all other things being equal, 60% more damage. Yeah, I guess it's actually a little bit more than that, because you also lose the damage percent, but whatever. There you go. 77% more damage. There you go. How many constructs does she need? Only one construct. %77% Zajef77 Easter egg. True. But you're right. You're right. All right, chat. I think that might be it for now. We're gonna end stream. We'll be live later today for the patch, obviously. So with one construct, her damage is similar to Albedo, but without the cringe, basically, yeah. No. With 0 constructs, her damage is similar to Albedo without the cringe. With one construct, it's better.
Every journey has its final day. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who
Chat.
share the memory?
Should we raid someone we've never raided before? Aster is currently live playing the Neuvillette quest. Aster lore YouTuber? Yes. I want you to say okay each business and nothing else. I'll see you guys around. Bye-bye.